All right. Making sure everything's up and running. All right. OBS is good. Stream is good. It's ready to go. All right. So I'm just I'm in a kind of holding pattern with the new version of the mod. I've been waiting and waiting to put out a new version when 1.22 goes stable with the game, right? I want 1.22 to go stable. Then I'll do whatever I need to do to update the mod. Like it's either going to be a little bit of work or a gross amount of work. Like there's never an in between when it comes to this kind of stuff, because I know one of the things they did for 1.22 is they upped the version of C#, I think, to version 10 now. 1.21 was on version 8, and now we're upping it again. This is the third major update in a row, I think, that they've bumped up the version, because they were way behind for a very long time. And so I think they're bringing the whole code base up, to newer versions. That unlocks a lot of little features, right? It is nice. It unlocks a lot of little features that you can do with the language, and but it's a pain in the ass, like this kind of thing right here, right? BE tank ? This question mark is a null. It's a null check, right? So BE tank ? Is saying, hey, if BE tank is null, don't do this, right? But if it isn't null, right, then go ahead and do this. It's really nice. Like it's a really nice little feature. Instead of doing this way, right? This is the old way of doing it. This is the old way of doing it. This is the new way of doing it, right? This one is a little bit more readable, or at least it's more classic readable. If pull does not equal null, pull down, blah, blah, blah. But as you can see, there's little squiggly lines here, and it's like null check can be simplified, right? It's the same thing. Pull ? Take out hole. It's the same solution as up here. So it's just really nice. But that's just one of a myriad of features that I don't know what version 10 is going to give us. Like it's just so impossible to keep up with this, unless you're just like saturated in it every day, or it's your job to know, right? If you're at a company and it's your job to know what's going on, then it's a little easier to keep up with it, because that's the only thing that you do is manage like code bases and stuff. But anyway, the pipe system is fairly good. It's like I can't break it, but I don't go out of my way to break it. So it works. It works with chunk set load. I've tested all of that, but again, getting it in your hands, at least getting it in the hands of people who build bigger systems, who kind of push the limits a little bit. It's I want to know, if there's any cracks in the armor, or any performance degradation. There shouldn't be. It should be fairly straightforward. But it's it's better than, I think, the original Pipes mod in how it operated. From all of my research, I was able to discern that the actual Pipes mod, the thing that I started with modeling, or at least how I thought it was modeled, was not at all how it was modeled. And the code base that's available on GitHub, that might be outdated or something. I don't know, but at least the code that I was able to analyze, every tick of an extraction node, I'm talking the pipes mod now, right? The Minecraft mod. Every tick for an extraction tick, the actual extraction node would walk, right? It would basically walk the pipe network, or like the graph. It would walk the graph to find the output node, and then it would, if it found one, boom, there you go, insert. And then the very next tick, it would do the same thing. It would walk the graph. It never, from what I understand, it never kept like an internal knowledge base of the insert nodes. It just walked the graph every tick, which is not efficient. So I was kind of surprised. Now, again, this could be changed in newer versions. Sometimes Minecraft mods, they don't actually put out their latest version on GitHub, so it could be off. But with my version, with the new pipes, the new pipe system that I've implemented, each extraction node has its own little copy of all the insert nodes in the graph, and I migrated out any network sort of thing. There's nothing like a pipe network anymore. There's not pipe network manager. Those things have been depreciated and will be removed in the future, but all of the update shenanigans and stuff are all propagated via the pipes, and then all of the extraction nodes are updated with whatever is needed, right? So as you're breaking, adding pipes, if you're overriding connections, all of that stuff is handled locally at the pipe to inform anything connected. And there's no like greater power, right? There's no pipe network that has to get updated and synced, and because that was where all the bugs were coming from, and the shenanigans that people were having, was a pipe network could be corrupted in some way, and that just propagated to all the pipes, and all of a sudden all the pipes were corrupted. So it was just like one little problem here led to the entire chain to be bad, and so I wanted to eliminate that as a possibility. And then once your pipe system is built, right? Once your pipe network is built and all your machines are going, you don't really edit the network all that much, right? Once it's built, and so with that, I don't need a pipe network. It's all built, and as the game runs, there's no changes that have to get synced and saved and all of that. So it's very performant. So once I got that done, and then last dev stream, which is where we got that done, I just started poking at some bugs. So today, I'm on the GitHub here with the bug lists that people post. I've fixed a lot of these, most of these. Crash when clicking add on filter, that's fixed. Fridge spoilage, I think that's fixed as far as my tests go. It's definitely working as intended. Copper ingot can be pressed. That's fixed. That was just a recipe thing. The attempting to disable Creosote Oven will crash the game. That the person posted that and never responded to any of my questions. So I can't fix something that I don't know the context of. It works for me. Let me just put it that way, right? I can break and replace many things, many multi-blocks, and it doesn't crash. So and that's a really old bug as well. So that might be, I don't know. Item pipe unhandled exception, again, that should be fixed. But we have one here. Where is it? Mixer affects bucket stack as one item. So this this is what we're looking at right now. We're looking at fluid interactions. Because I already fixed this once. Believe it or not, I fixed this exact problem with the fluid tank. Right? I fixed this problem with the fluid tank. And which is what we're looking at here. This is the fluid tank. And then the block fluid IO here. This is the base block of the mixer. If we can just pull the mixer up here. Let's go VS Code on the right monitor. Assets, vintage, blocks, LV, mixer. VE fluid block IO. Yes. Because for some reason, fluid interactions in the base game are done on the block and not on the block entity. I don't know why. I've ranted about this in the past. It's very bizarre. Very, very bizarre that all of the interactions are done. This is the block, right? This is not a block entity. This is the block, which isn't... It's not instance. A block is a block. And a block itself does not hold any data associated with its position. Right? It's like my position. And like block entity has that because a block entity is unique to that specific position. But a block does not. A block is ubiquitous. If you place a block in location A and the same block, right, you place another version of it on location B, like let's say it's a machine. The block is the same, it's the same code that runs on both locations. Whereas the block entity has unique data associated with that position. So the data will be different between the two positions for the block entity. But the block isn't. The block doesn't work that way. So the on interaction, right, contains a block selection object. Well, this block selection object happens to have in it a position of where you're what you're selecting. So yes, given the data that you're passed in, you can discern what location it is, right? What position am I trying to interact with? And then you have a world accessor, which is you always have to have that, and then the player doing it. But the block selection object has a position in it. And this is the only way that we can determine what block this is being interacted with. It's just a weird system. It's like, why not pass that to a block entity and have everything done on that side? But it's just not done that way. So the tank here, again, we've fixed this already once. There's a lot of code in here that's run when you interact with a tank, but it's all code that has to be, it has to look and find all of the things in the stuff. So it's like, there's a lot of weird interactions that have to take place, right? Here's the bucket code specifically. But in the fluid tank, I have a little cheeky little thing here. If you right click a tank with a stick, right, it'll void all the fluid in the tank. So it's more or less a debug thing, but it's also like, hey, if there's stuff in the tank that you don't want, you just get a stick in your hand and you right click it and it drains it out. It just empties it. So yeah, let's fix this. I want to take this and float. I want to float this. I want to move it over to my other monitor because I'd like to see it at the same time as I am editing this one. Okay, so I got to be careful. It's not a matter of just like copy and paste all the things, because it's, you know, these two things are very different in what they're doing. So but they're foundationally going to be interacting in the same way. So we have block entity, position, or block selection. Yeah, block selection at position does not equal null. Get block entity equals null, or block entity is not IVE liquid interface. Okay. So this is my interface. Okay, this is my interface. But block entity at that position, let's say it's a mixer, right? This block entity will be the mixer. It won't say it's the mixer, but it'll be the mixer. And then I have an OR here, which I don't think would ever get triggered. If block entity is null, okay, yeah, this is superfluous. If block entity equals null, right? This is stupid. Why did I do this? Block entity equals null, but then I say, or block entity is not this. And it's like, if block entity does not equal null, if block entity does not equal null, this will also never trigger. So the comparison to the VE interface is irrelevant, because if block entity is not null, the OR doesn't even check the second one. If it is null, then what's the point of checking the second one? So that was stupid. Okay, so by player does not equal null. By player dot inventory manager. Active hotbar slot. Yeah. So one of the things I did here is yeah, this is a problem. All right, let's put that up here. I added these little question marks into the other version as well. They like, on the off chance that this gets interacted with outside of being a player, I don't know how, but by player would be null of or something, or inventory manager might be null, and it's best to have null checks on that. But with this hotbar slot, I can just say this hotbar slot does not equal null. Okay. Now, I don't do the, I could do the cheeky stick functionality here. Okay, and then we have VE tank. This is block entity. Um, hmm. Let's see. If we do this, let's do IVE liquid interface. And then let's update this. Um, let's see. Hmm. Well, let's do. I need to do the check first. If B entity is IVE liquid interface IVEL. Okay. So this confirms it is, and it actually casts it to this variable. So we can go IVEL dot output container slot IDs, or I can do input liquid container slot IDs. Oh man, this is gonna be int slot ID. That. Okay. So int slot ID in IVEL liquid container slots. And then I do let's just ignore that right now and do B entity dot inventory. What? You were sleeping on the bed. What do you want, Moose? It's just all the stream days. She just freaks out. I don't think I have a. Let's peek at definition again. Because yeah, there could be more than one slot ID that has fluid in it. So just doing one of these is not like what it like. It's not. If we're doing the stick thing, smacking it with a stick. So I need to block entity block entity container BC equals B entity as block entity container. If BEC does not equal null, I need it to be a container because that base class. What? Loose. What is it? What got you? Got you in a tizzy? Like we need access to an inventory variable, right? Block entity container should have that because this is giving me slot IDs, but I can't use this to like get into the inventory. Unfortunately, I didn't include an inventory callback for that. So we can do bec.inventory, right, of slot ID dot take out whole like that. Because they should always, like, if you have a block entity that has an inventory, you should have this at least somewhere in your base class tree, right? Even mods, like, there's a point when my class system, right, is a version of that, right? If we go to electric block, well, this is not a mob, this is blocks, not block entities. But if we go to the block entities of, let's say, electrical, and we go, okay, well, here's an electric container block entity. This is block entity openable container. Well, the base class of this is just block entity container. So they're in the tree somewhere. If you have an inventory in a block entity container should be in there somewhere. And we're just saying, hey, if the block entity has this interface, like if this interface exists, then it's definitely a container, right? Because it's a container. This is, the magic of inheritance and polymorphism. Something can be other things. It can both be an interface, right? Block entity is this, but it also can be this, right? Block entity is this. So there you go, polymorphism. And now the lap goblin is here. Just in case you didn't see the tail. It's funny, she's right off camera below me. But if I had the camera down that low, all you would see is her butthole. So I just okay. And there's quick little in and out lap visit. Okay, so BEC inventory slot ID takeout hole. Can we do a question mark on this? We can. Okay, good. And we don't need these. And then we want the stick technique is all consuming dot output slot IDs. So this is just basically saying, okay, there, any liquid, basically any liquids, any liquids in the thing, just remove them, just void them. It's both a debug thing and just a convenience thing, because a lot of people are like, how do you get the fluids out of the thing? And I'm like, not really any way of doing that right now. So now there is. Now there is. And we can test it, but now there is. Okay. So now we can move on to this. And this is really changed. So iLiquid Sync, this over here is iLiquid Source. iLiquid Sync, we have set content, try put liquid. Okay. And then this one here, don't try to dock. Please God, don't try to do that. Don't assume. This one is iLiquid Source. Try take content. That's it. Really? Okay. What do I do inside this? Hotbar slot dynamic stack is greater than 1. Okay. Stack size. And then there's that magic. Okay. iLiquid Source. Let's just copy it. As is. And yeah, we'll fix the rest here in a second. But and then basically we want to do, if not source or bucket this time, dot allow hell liquid transfer, return false. Okay, so then we have item stack contents. We have bucket.getContent. And the get content is a iLiquid interface. You can see here, iLiquid interface.getContent. So it's part of that interface, right? But that interface is part of this interface. If we peek at definition, you can see it's part of the same, it's part of iLiquid interface. Let's see, hotbar. Okay, yeah, this is hotbar slot here. Hotbar slot. It just I did that because this is in like moving in to all of those, so I just want to shrink up those lines a little bit, rather than having to index deep into memory. Okay, so let's just look at this here. Contents does not equal null, and contents dot stack size is greater than 0. Okay, dummy slot to push. I don't want this. And then we have, this is where the bug is. We have if hotbar slot dot item stack dot stacks stack size greater than 1. Item stack single bucket equals hotbar slot dot item stack dot clone single bucket dot stack size equals 1. To push. Do I have that? Where's that from? Oh, that's from this dummy slot. Okay. To push equals new single bucket dot collectible as iLiquid source. No! Source dot get content single bucket. The IntelliSense is like worse than it has ever been, in my opinion. Else to push equals new contents. Right, so this is the dummy slot, and we're basically taking the stack size, the item stack here, we're converting it into a single bucket, and we're saying the dummy slot is the new stack. Otherwise, it's just whatever's in contents, right? So this here controls just how many we do. Okay, so then we have IVE liquid interface. This is the same item slot large liquid. Okay, so we have get auto push into slot. That's fine. If push equals null, right. So this grabs a bucket. We grab what's in the bucket. How about iLiquid source bucket? Okay. I'm just trying to follow this logic here. Because this here might not return anything. Right? Because IVE liquid interface is the block entity. Well, yeah, it might. Yeah, I mean, it would be. Let's see, the mixer. Let's look at the block entity of the mixer. And it is a fluid container block entity. Well, that was a noise. That was a weird fucking meow, cat. What are you doing? Weird cat. Okay. So fluid container block entity is, yes, it is my interface. Okay. So that's at least progress. IVEL.get. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And then we do the null check here. And then we do watertight container props, capacity available. Oh, what is this? Capacity available is that. And then int num moved equals push to push dot try what. I haven't seen the mousey in forever too, so that's probably somewhere under the couch or something. Okay, incapacity available. Push to dot try take from. Push dot can take from. Take out. Take out. Push. Why is that? If it's push, I shouldn't be removing stuff. Try take from to push. Okay. So it tries to, if you right click it with a bucket, and again I brought this code, I migrated and moved this kind of code from base game, like a barrel. How does a barrel do it? And this is what it looked like. They had changed it slightly, very subtly, because buckets used not to be able to stack when you had fluid in them. So it's like, for some reason, they decided buckets should stack, even though realistically they wouldn't. Empty buckets should stack, right? If a bucket is empty, then it could stack, right? But a bucket that's full of liquid, that should not stack, because you can take out fractional amounts of liquid. So how do you stack something with different amounts of liquid in it? So this try take from, we are trying to take to push dot stack size. And this is the stack with the quantity. Gets some of the contents of the stack. Returns the stack with a quantity takeout. Okay. So I need to do instead item stack. It's subtly different from the one I have because I have my own. This one, because it's a fluid tank, and very specifically because it's a fluid tank, I have a custom item slot large liquid, which manages, a tank that has way more capacity than a base game anything. So, this function here is different than one I have here because it's a different interface. But this take out, right? I try to take this out. I throw it into a num moved. Now, we have if num moved greater than 0. I don't know why the IntelliSense is so bad. It's so bad. If num moved does not equal null, and well, let's say in num moved. Well, I don't know what this would return. The stack with the quantity taken out. Little typo there. Yeah, I don't know if this has a chance to return null, but it shouldn't. At the very least, it should be maybe an empty, but we'll do a null check in there anyway, just because. Okay, and then there is a split stack and perform action. Lord, oh Lord. Let's see. Yeah, I heard the litter box noises. Somebody pooped. Yeah. Yeah, you did. Just in case, when I sit down in my chair, I usually always try to keep the pad because there's lap visits they're random and unpredictable, but very consistent in the fact that they happen. So let's see. Num moved does not equal null. Num moved does stack sign is greater than 0. Split stack and perform action. This is in block liquid container base. Lap goblin. Let's see. That's not a static. How am I able to invoke that? Because this is a base. This is a derived. The fluid tank is derived from that class. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, the purrs have started. adorable as they are, I'm kind of busy loose. Yeah, so what is the electric block? Hmm. Yeah, we're off the beaten path here. This is not derived from split stack and perform action. This is kind of where this is kind of where it happens here is this function call. So I don't have one here. I might have to essentially copy and make my own version because yeah, this is block liquid container base. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Lord, look at that function. Jesus. Why couldn't they have made this a static? Oh, that would have been so nice. That would have been so nice. Um, okay. Why is that? Action. Delegate bool. I thought there was a version of this. That you could define what it returns. Yeah, these are just bools. All right. We got to go to the actual source. DN Spy is good, but sometimes it's not perfect. All right. This would be loose. You don't get pet for 2 minutes. She's like, pet me. This would be maybe under block. Holy crap, there's a lot of these. Game content. Essentials? Block? No. API. Survival mod, okay. I thought I looked in this. So, this is this is a crazy big file. Split stack. There it is. Oh. They do that. What? It's not an... Like, they built this whole system, and this is function of this. No. This is system.function. There it is. That's surprising that they didn't use. So I should not have doubted DN Spy. It's literally system.function that they use. But yeah, they have all their whole like action system. They didn't use for this particular instance. I guess there's no way. Right, the int is defining what variable is output. The input is the first one. So this is the first parameter, and this is the output, which is how this works. Right. All of this other stuff is pretty much the same. But like it would have been nice to have a static version of this that I would just be able to call. Like here's all the data with the delegate, right? There would be a little delegate here, and like just send it all the data, because you would have to include like the world accessor probably, at the very least, if this thing is going to be doing any sort of looking up or inventory shenanigans. But yeah. I need to take a quick bio break, but I'll be right back. All right. Um, I usually don't like copying code, but it's like, because this isn't a static, it should be a static. It really should. What instance data you're passing in the slot, you're passing in the entity. So the entity itself is like, it's the player, because you're splitting stack, you're merging like split stack and perform action. And the action is this. So it's like, hey, what is the action? Int num action. If num is greater than 0. Okay, and then it does all of this. Yeah, I just wonder if I can mark it as static. Entity that player dot, yeah, return num. So it's like that, right? But it doesn't like this. Aha! Aha! The one line in this entire thing, the one line that uses instance data. This.api. So what I would do is go to the command structure here and I do Chi Core API, right? And then just take this off. Boom. And let's just put a thing on it. Just, maybe L underscore for local. I really, really should standardize my... it's bad. It's so bad. Standardize all my variables and all of that kind of stuff. But the mod is so huge now that it would be very lengthy. It would take me a month to go through every single class and standardize everything, streamline everything. Ooh. Okay, so making it a static means I can call it based on the class name, right? I could do blockfluid.io dot split stack and perform action, and I pass in all the data, right? I pass in whatever I need, and it does it, and I don't need to make an instance of the class. I just need to provide it all of the data, which is fine. So then what we can do, even though this is part of this function here, no, not what I wanted. This one. I wanted that back up. Okay, so if num moved is not equal to null and num moved.stack size greater than 0, we want to do split stack and perform action, and we need to pass in API. Okay, we need to pass in the entity, right, which we should have gotten here by player dot entity, the slot, which is the hotbar slot, delegate item stack. No, I wanted that and that. Okay. And then source. Source is, where is that variable from? Way up top. So this would be bucket. Right? Bucket. Dot. Try. Take content. Stack. And then num moved would be num moved dot stack size. Return num moved. Item stack. Try take content. This is also returning a stack, but there's no help text on this. So iLiquid source dot try take content. We go here. iLiquid source, which is probably through here, because if we look at the interface, this doesn't tell us anything. So we have to look at like what in here would implement that? Well, obviously this would implement that. There's two different versions of it as well. Try take content. Which one? So we have two different ones here. Which one am I calling? Stack and then number. So it's this one. No, it's this one. So stack and then number. Okay, so item stack, get content, stack blah blah, clone, number quantity, return this dot set content, quantity, stack size minus item stack dot stack size equals quantity items. So this is essentially like, yeah. It's basically taking the container, removing quantity items, right? Minus equals, adding those to a new stack, setting the content of the original container, okay, back it sets it down, and then returns what we gave or what we wanted. It doesn't do any validation in here of stack sizes, so we're just going to do what I did in the base thing and then return num move dot stack size. Okay. Do liquid moved effects. I don't need to do that. Screw that. Okay. So then we do, oh, wrong window. Let's click in here. Be entity dot mark dirty true. Return true. Okay. That is a very complex amount of stuff. Okay, and then we're not done yet. This, I don't think we need any of this. Boink. Okay. So that kind of takes care of bucket. If sources, yeah. So if bucket doesn't equal null, and then we come down here. Let's see. Source. Do that. And then we're going to remove an else. If bucket does not equal null, we're going to remove that one, and we're going to put it over here. We're going to drop this even more. Okay, so now bucket does not equal. So it'll do all of this and then return. So we won't even need to think about it anymore. Why? What do we have here? Why is this? Do I have what? Oh, I do use it over here. And then props, I probably use up here too. Wait, why is this? Why is this complaining? What? I renamed this one. I guess the compiler really doesn't like it when there's even a small chance of that being copied. Okay, so iLiquid Sync is the next one that we need. We're having another cold spell, right? So we go up into the 40s, maybe even 50s, really nice, and then we drop down below 30 again, and the the air just dries out when it happens. It's just brutal. Okay, so we want iLiquid Sync. Sync equals hotbar slot dot item stack dot collectible as iLiquid Sync. Okay. I'm essentially going to just go through this here. If sync does not equal null, if not sync dot allow liquid transfer return false. Like, I might as well just copy this. Okay. Now, get content. iLiquid Sync. This used to be faster. I don't know what happened. Maybe I just have too many libraries loaded or something, because there we go. So iLiquid Sync, set content, try put liquid. Okay. And we are trying to get content here. I think this is why why I have this, because the way that I did it is I did not like I moved inventory stuff. Like the get content here, this is a call in this remember, this is the block. This is not the block entity. So this is the block of get content. So this dot get contents is just passes it just passes it on, right? Like the liquid stuff in this game, for some reason, all of the inventory management stuff is done on the block side, but all the calls basically refer to the block entity because that's where all the instance data is. So like the get contents, like this call, even though it's in the block container, it essentially is like, oh, look at the tree attributes to try to come up with the contents of the thing. And I don't understand why they just didn't refer to the block entity. Like, why not just take the position, grab the block entity, pull the inventory. Boom, you're done. But no, there's like this daisy chained attributes shit in here. And it's like, why? Why have all of this infrastructure when you could just pull the block entity, grab the inventory, and wham, you've got all of the contents, right? You've got the inventory. You don't have to resolve. You don't have to do any of this shit. You're not even having to parse an attribute tree. You just get the inventory. I don't understand why. And this is explicitly for liquids, by the way. This is only this way for liquids, and it's like, why do that? Why treat the liquids so much different than the other inventory? It doesn't make any sense. So that's why, like, my interface, the VE liquid interface, is done on the block entity. Because it's interacting with the inventory of that interface, right? So here we go. Let's see if we can't do this here. Instead of this, we are going to do this. I want to keep this code in here, and I want to just sort of hopefully kind of use this code but migrate it to here. So if we go okay, so what is this doing? Sync liquid sync. IV liquid. Let's peek at the definition here. And if we look at block entity, there's the interface. Now, what I could do is expand the interface, right, to a get content, all of that kind of stuff. Let's pull up the interface. Allow pipe liquid transfer. So I have the same allow held liquid transfer. So if we go to so this pulls the same sort of block attributes that the base game does. So if we go here, this still is valid. So we have pull. iLiquid sync. For some reason, I don't have any comments in this code. This is a rare case where I don't have any comments in here. So iLiquid sync, hotbar slot, sync design equal null, on held, okay, on own content stack, get content. So that's a block liquid container. So that's pulling what content the block has. On block interact, okay. Liquid stack for particles, I don't care. Fluid liters. Split stack, there's the split stack again. Okay, split stack, try put liquid. This one, yeah, okay. Moved. Try take content. Yeah, see the fluid tank is a different base class, which is throwing off all my gubbins here. Because I'm using a lot of the base class stuff. But the base class for this one has to be like the wired block, like the electric block, all of that stuff. So I either need to replicate a couple of those function calls, like get content or try take content. Is this a static? No. It would have been nice if that would have been a static, but okay. But yeah, you can see like get content here. Block container. Get contents. There's another one, get container slot ID. I don't think I have that. You see block liquid container base. This base class is not the base class of this fluid block, and you cannot derive a class from two different classes, right? It's not possible. So I would either have to put in all of these interfaces, right, into this class, and then essentially replicate all this code, like a lot of this code, which would be stupid. I just, that's so much. I hate the liquid mechanics, the back end liquid mechanics in this game. They're so bad. They're so bad. Okay, so what is this trying to do? iLiquid sync. It's looking at the hotbar slot and saying, okay, is that a sync? And grab, so own content stack is what the contents are. Okay. So if we look at this, I may have to add some stuff to this. I really don't want to, but I may have to. Yeah, because like the fluid tank derives from it, but it also derives from the proper block. So that would be superfluous. That would literally duplicate all of that. The creosote oven also derives from it. The pump, obviously, the derrick, the pump jack, Yeah, I don't want to do anything with this. So how am I going to solve this? Get content. We're sending in a position. So let's look at block position. What are we doing? We're grabbing the container, and we're sending back get container slot ID. Okay. Which then returns what? Container slot ID. Which is like defaults to 0. Okay, so all this does is gets the contents of a slot. Yeah. So it's the item stack. So, like, first thing I need to figure out is, okay, what slot are we interacting with? Now, the sync here, iLiquid sync, so if we go iLiquid sync equals hotbar slot dot item stack dot collectible as iLiquid sync. Okay. Okay, so this is essentially saying if the bucket is empty, this is the pull, right? This is the push into. If we can't push into the thing, then we look at what is the pull. And so the sync, right? The thing that we're pulling into is the hotbar slot, which is basically a bucket in our inventory. And if sync does not equal null, and sync dot allow liquid held transfer, that's a good call. The stack, right? This is actually we've already grabbed that, right? Pull. We've grabbed the pull slot here. So if sync does not equal null and pull does not equal null, because the fluid IO, the pull from slot is managed by the machine. The machine dictates, hey, what are you trying to pull out of? Because you pass it in the face, right? What face are you interacting with? And so whether it's a big multi-block or whether it's an individual machine like the mixer, the pull from slot, there is only one liquid pull from slot in the mixer. But there will be multiple pull from slots in maybe other machines, right? If there's other machines that have, like the distillation tower or refinery or something like that has multiple inputs and outputs. But you manage like, hey, what do what's the pull from slot? And if we need to expand this, we can do that. But for now, we're leaving it as is. So the content here is, instead of get content, this is pull dot item stack. Do we do a dot clone? Let's do a clone. Well, maybe. Let's not do a clone just yet. right? So rather than do the get content, it's we've already pulled that slot. And this is getting the slot, this is not getting a stack. So the slot could be empty, but we want to make sure, because if you right click, like if you take a bucket and you right click, if the bucket is empty, and you right click in mixer and the mixer is empty, right? There's nothing to move. So, but nothing is null. It's just empty. So yeah, own content stack equals null. This means it's empty, right? Our output slot, basically our pull from slot is empty. Item stack is null. Then we just return the base class. Okay, and then liquid stack for particles, I don't really care about that. Right now, I don't really care about that. But float leaders, okay. Game math. Transfer size leaders, sync, capacity leaders, split stack, and perform action. Okay, why is this complaining? Oh, it needs the API call. Because we made it a static. We pass in the API, but we made it a static. So that way, I can call this from literally any of my objects and call this without instantiating a version of this class, block.fluid.io. I can just do block.fluid.io dot split stack and perform action, and boom, there it is. What I should actually do is push this into my VE helpers class. Then I can do just VE helpers dot split stack and perform action, and it just does it. I think I might actually do that. Let me actually do that, because that go in here, do that. This is essentially all the static calls, right? So then we go back to here, and this will not like this. So then we just do VE space VE helpers dot split stack and perform action, right? It's a static. I don't need to instantiate a VE helpers class. It's all static. Right? The class is static. All of the functions are static. So you just call it. Same here. Oh, this is what we're working on right now. Okay. Yeah. I should probably just remove this, but I'm going to keep it just in case. So this is then VE helpers. Okay, and then we do try put liquid. Okay, so this is the actual action that it does, and it returns try put liquid. Cat hair. Okay, so if moved, so this is returning an int, right? So this is try put liquid is returning an int. So it returns an int. If moved greater than 0, now we need try take content is taking from us, right? This is trying to remove from us. So IVEL dot Hmm. Hmm. Let me look at block entity. What is the mixer's block entity? Fluid container BE. Where is... Okay, so try take content needs to be done on this. The moved effects, I don't really know what to do about that, but bucket.set content yeah, this is bad, but pull.takeout. Pull. What is pull? Item slot liquid only pull. Hmm. Pull equals no. Hey, thanks. I'm glad you like it. Yeah. I appreciate it. I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, the mod is far from finished. There's a lot of stuff I want to do with it. It just takes a long time. Like this is just work on trying to make the bucket work with the mixer. It's a lot of work. All the little quirky, all the little subtle quirks with the game. Okay, so we have split stack and perform action. Doesn't that take out? We pass in the slot. Plus equals p slot dot take out slot dot mark dirty p slot dot mark dirty. Like slot dot mark. Like we're manipulating the slots already in this call. Hotbar slot I guess we created a temporary item stack here. So we have to now we actually have to remove the things from the stack. So I do need, in the block entity side, a version of try take content. But I need to know what slot item slot liquid only pull. Does pull have an ID? No. I mean, it has a stack, but try take content. Let's see what. This is position and int. Artemis 2. Oh, cool. Yeah, that's exciting. Going back to the moon after, 60 years? First one was in, 69? But we went to the moon, I don't know, up to 74? 75? Somewhere in there? When we stopped? Because people just got... they're not as impressed. The craziest thing, society went from being the moon landing was the most watched event on television in history. Okay, worldwide. The most watched event. To go from that to stopping in 75 because nobody cared anymore and their budget dried up because we beat the Russians, right? So it was we already beat them. What's the point of continuing to go? So funding dried up. We stopped doing it. In 5 years or so, it just stopped because people just were not as impressed about the feat of going to a different body in the solar system. We're so jaded these days. We're just not impressed by things anymore. So, the fact that there's a launch taking place to go back to the moon, and people are just it is what it is. It's crazy to me, but, yeah, it's cool. I love that we're, pushing again for this. There's a lot to explore and discover, and I think it would be nice to make it work. Okay. We want... How do we want to do this? Yeah, I mean, I hope if they're streaming the Artemis launch, I hope a lot of people are watching it and getting excited, especially young people. I think the first moon landing, I think the first like massively public moon landing sparked a lot of interest in engineering and exploration and material science and solving problems of young people who went into fields they may not have thought about before. I think it's a good, if a young person is like, if they see that and they get excited about it and they're like, this is really interesting, that might put them on a trajectory to go into that field. And it's just kind of, rather than being about the money, it's about the challenge. And I think we need more people inspired by the challenge of something rather than the money of something these days. The money motive will always be there, but there needs to be something bigger that you're going for, solving some problem. And I think big events like that, this is why like the reusability of the rocket boosters from SpaceX, the fact that they're landing these and reusing them and doing this, basically streaming this process, I think that has sort of built up a lot of interest and is like, oh wow, this is amazing. And there's literally like, you know, SpaceX has been going for so long, it's been going 20 years, right? But in the early days, the work that they were doing, they're now able to look at engineers, especially, you know, the autistic, crazy, going to college at 14 engineers who are interested in this, and they're actually now able to hire young people who were inspired by them in the first place, right? So it's just kind of this weird that the industry sort of begets more really innovation in the industry itself, and I think it's really cool that the innovation is happening. So meanwhile, I'm trying to get this damn item slot shit to work, and it's not quite a moonshot. It's not quite that, but streams from other sources. Yeah, I suppose like Scott Manley is probably doing it. He's probably got a stream going. He's big on the science thing. It wouldn't be surprising if, you know, a couple of the other channels, Kyle Hill and some of the other ones are probably doing it too. So that's where everybody went. You know, all those people, you know, would normally be watching. Not me. They're not going to. They wouldn't be watching me. I don't think I've ever gone above like 21 viewers on my stream. I wouldn't even know what to do if I had 1,000 people in here. Like my chat, I would have to put slow-mo mode on my chat. Like I wouldn't even know what to do. So yeah, there's that. You know what really bothered me during the Super Bowl? All of these idiotic channels were like, their thumbnails made it seem like they were streaming the Super Bowl, but they couldn't, right? Because of copyright. They were not allowed. So every one of these streams, and there were dozens of them, dozens and dozens and dozens of streams with Super Bowl thumbnails, Super Bowl blah 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 thumbnails, but all they were streaming was an audience watching the Super Bowl. They couldn't actually stream the game at all, right? But so they were streaming the audience, and it was so stupid. There were dozens of them, and I'm like, what? And there were thousands of people watching some of these streams, and I'm like, thousands of people watching a stream of people watching the Super Bowl, and I can't get more than 10 people in here. This is frustrating. Anyway, maybe I should put Super Bowl on my thumbnails and just be like, yeah, this is as good as the Super Bowl streams were before. So, you know, maybe I could have the audio going on behind the scenes and be like, yeah, this, you know, I'm just doing some work while the Super Bowl is on. That's all I'm doing.
Maybe you should stream a Super Bowl of Cheese Dip.
Yeah, like get a big bowl of like popcorn and just be like, "There's a Super Bowl," and have like lettering on the side, Super Bowl, and it's just like, if I didn't care about copyright, I would like stream movies and shit. I would just be sitting here like we could watch movies together, like just play a movie and just sitting here and be like, "Hey, let's talk about this." Pause the movie and be like, break it down, nerd out about something, or point out all the flaws because I do that all the time when I'm watching movies. I see glaringly obvious problems, and I'm like, God damn it! Somebody needed to be on set that said, no, this wouldn't happen. Redo it.
Actually, that's a service that they need a service where you don't have to worry about copyrights because they'll bake that in there, but basically a streaming service that streams it to your audience as well, so you can watch it with an audience and talk about it.
Yeah, like they would need the subscription like Netflix. They would have to have their own Netflix subscription, but it would be a way of like, yeah, that's a really good fucking feature idea. Like that's a really good feature idea of like a group where you trigger the play at the same time, so everybody's synced with where they are in the show, right? And so you could just watch, or just sign up to a central place where everybody's pulling, but they have to have their own account when they log into it, right? That's a really good idea. A way of group watching something where it doesn't break the copyrights. That would be really cool.
I had looked for that some years ago.
Yeah.
And it didn't exist back then. Or I think there was some, but it wasn't structured well. It was horrible.
Okay, so you're getting many views, but you're reaching wider. Yeah, at least I'm reaching around. I'm reaching around the world. It's a good reach around. My channel's good. Come for the modding, stay for the reach arounds. Okay, so I need to figure out a way. We have here a mount moved. What we don't have is we have the stack pull own content stack. Try put liquid container stack liquid stack. Desired leaders. Now the big question is, if I interact with this pull slot, God, I have to use the bathroom again. Jesus. All right. We've officially passed the input part of this stream to now the output part of the stream. So we have I'm hoping that if we interact directly with this pull slot, that we can affect pull.item stack own content stack. Okay. I don't care about this right now. Can contain. Get containable props. And the reason why this is like it's been really sticky is the other object that I took this from is my fluid tank. But my fluid tank derives itself from a different base class, which has a lot of these like tri-take content. It has that built in because the base class of the tank has those functions. This does not, right? The base class of this, because it's a wired block, right? It's a machine, that it doesn't have that sort of functionality in it. So yeah, tri-take content. So this is trying to here block selection dot position tri-take content. Yeah. Because one of the reasons why I had to roll my own base classes is the base game only allows for one slot for fluids, right? Like you cannot have a barrel with two slots for fluids. So one slot for a fluid, and that's the slot that you're interacting with always. So input and output is just the one slot for fluids, and only the one slot. Well, that was a huge restriction that I knew would not work, right? It would not work for vintage engineering because many, many machines need multiple slots for fluids, right? Many, many slots. And so I knew I was going to need to roll my own version of that. Because now I need to figure out what slot I need to take content from, right? So this tri-take content, if we actually look at the block entity, the fluid block entity, right? This, right now the mixer is the only... Right, it's the only class that uses this block entity. It's the only class that has fluid crafting. Period. Right now, and it's obviously not going to stay that way. The creosote oven, which is another block that has fluids. Or fluid crafting, I should say, derives from the entity core, the VE multi-block entity core. So we don't have a version of this. So in the end, what I probably am going to want to do is this tri-take content here. Let's see if I can just use the pull slot. Sync.try_put_liquid stack. Why is there no help on this? Try put liquid.
a lot of these, like it's like sync is the actual interface. Leaders moved. I'm just trying to figure out where I need to remove which version of this. Am I removing it from the machine, or I think I'm removing it from the machine. Yeah, I'm removing it from the machine. So pull dot take out move to. Okay. And then all of this. Take out whole, take out. Yeah. So the set content and stuff is done in this. Yeah. Set content. But if this can return null, I've got to be careful here. If moved to does not equal null and yeah, see int return num. Okay. I guess num is it's not a nullable type, so that's fine. I saw that question mark declaration. I'm like, ooh, that's probably not a good idea. So this is water tank can contain blah blah blah, contain data stack, set content, blah 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 blah. Okay, so this is essentially where the bug happens is b entity dot mark dirty true, and then we want to delete all of this. Okay. So the big question is, if I interact with this pull slot, is this a reference, right, to this get liquid pulse from slot from the machine, right? So the block entity has an inventory. That call looks at that inventory and says, what is the pull from slot? If it exists, it passes the pull from slot back to the pull, right? Pull equals. So now pull equals the pull from slot. And so the big question is, if I change the pull, does that reflect the inventory? Right? If the pull is a reference to the slot in the inventory, any change to pull will automatically, it's the same memory, right? That's what a reference is. Now, if this was C++, I would be able to control very finely all of that. But it's not. The memory and stuff is managed for me. But the C# in general, for complex objects, right? Objects that are not just base type, like int, float, double, those kinds of things. For complex objects, they're passed by reference. When you pass something into a function, they're passed by reference. So I'm hoping that when this returns a slot, this is returning an item slot, right? that slot is a reference into the inventory. So when I change the slot, it's changed in the inventory, and I don't have to mess about with that, right? So we're going to put a breakpoint here. We're going to build just to make sure that it's good to go. It is. We're going to move this up a little bit so we can see any errors, and then hit F5. And there's one other feature that the mod now does to try to eliminate confusion and try to streamline and eliminate as many bugs as possible. And that has to do with multi-blocks and the wire connectors, the power connectors. And I'll show that here in a second, as soon as the game decides to actually start. I'm in debug mode, so there's a lot of shenanigans that are being done in the back end that is extra. Okay, so and of course it's nighttime. It's always nighttime, everybody. We have like a full. What time is it? Oh, it's almost morning. There's the sun. Okay, good. My draw distance is super low because I was testing connections, right? I was making sure all of my connections and all of that kind of stuff, right, was good to go, and it is. So it's all good. And it helps just performance not having all that stuff. Okay, so an example here is when you place the power connector, okay? When you place the power connector and the multi-block is finished, it's good to go. Okay? Because this dummy block here has a reference to the core. So it knows when you place this and then you wire it up, when you wire it up, it triggers a bunch of stuff. One of those is ensuring, basically copying a reference to the core. Because this doesn't get power, the core gets power. So the pass-through that this thing is, you can see in the text up there. Core found, right, the debug text. Core found at -10, 3, -60. Well, the core is that center block right there. So there's -10, there's -60, and then 3 is the block I'm standing on. So that is the core block. However, if you break the multi-block, right, if you break this, and it reverts back to its component parts, like those, that core, right, is kind of, it shouldn't be getting power anymore. It's not really a valid electrical machine because it's not formed, it's not built. So now when you break a multi-block, it pops the thing. And if you try to place the power connector, right, it won't take. You won't be able to build it. And that is true over here as well. So it's universal to the multi-blocks. You're not able to build, or you're not able to place the power connector until you form the multi-block. Right? And then you can place it. But it breaks if you break the multi-block, if you unform it. So that is a big change because people were forming the multi-block, placing the connector, wiring it up, everything was working, then they would break the multi-block and then reform it, and suddenly their power was stopped working because the connector lost its way. It could no longer validate the core It could no longer validate or get the core because the block it was sitting on no longer had a reference to it. Because when you form the multi-block, all of these dummy blocks, which you can see highlighted, those are all dummy blocks. All of those dummy blocks have a reference to where they are in the multi-block. There's a reference that it gives an offset of this block position to the core. Same with this. There's an offset that it follows to the core. Well, that offset is set when you form the multi-block. When you break the multi-block, the block that exists, the building blocks, right? This does not have a reference to the core. This is just a generic block. It's just a block. It's very, very basic. The interactable does. The interactable block does have a link to it because you're able to interact with it. The same as if you were interacting with the core, you can actually form the multi-block, right? And have that. So now when you place, it's good to go. And it sees found core at 43 minus 67. So that's right there. And then if you wire it up, you can see there's no power in there. If I wire that up, now there's going to be power in there. Right? You can see that power is building up. So, another change that I made, now when you break the multi-block, it voids the power. Like, it very, very much voids the power. It just empties the power. So it does not keep the power between builds and breaks. But yeah, the pipe system works. Everything works. I polished the derrick a little bit, so it works better. There still could be little bugs here and there, but let's see. Do I have a mixer around here anywhere? I do. Let's grab that. Anything else I might need? Nope, I don't think so. So here we have mixer, good to go. How many connections does that have? You have 5 connections. Bucket is null. That should not do anything. Why? What? Okay, yeah. Okay. That was technically an interact, but whatever. Okay, we have power. It's not doing anything right now, which is fine. So if we have a bucket, do I have a bucket? Please tell me I have a bucket. H. Nope. E. I play too many games by it. Okay, so we have bucket. Have bucket will travel. Let's grab a fluid of some way, shape, or form. Let's see. Let's grab maybe some fluid that's over here. We have crude oil. Now, if we right-click the mixer, right, it should use just one of the buckets. Nope. Why is this doing the thing? Okay, what am I doing wrong? Let's go here. On block interact start. There we go. Block selection, that's fine. Hotbar slot is the bucket. Block entity. Block selection dot position is good. Block entity is a mixer. Player is not null. Hotbar slot is not null. Hotbar slot dot empty is not null. Okay. It doesn't contain a stick. iLiquid source. Okay. That's good. That's good. Contents is crude oil. Item stack size. Aha, this is the stack size of the buckets. So we have 3 buckets. Single bucket. Stack size equals 1. 2 push is crude oil portion. Remember, it's 100 portion per liter, and we have 10 liters, so that's 1,000 portions. Okay, so 2 push is that. We have a valid block entity. Okay, so push. We have a slot. It's got a null stack, but the slot itself, we have capacity liters, so it's good. Push does not equal null. Props is not null. Capacity available is 5,000 because it holds 50 liters. Num moved. Okay, so take out. Can I take out? Push is the inventory mixer. So it's trying to item stack. Okay, so this is skipping this. We're going down to here. So now we tried to pull from the mixer, and this is going to try to push into the mixer. Pull is null. Wait. Push. Okay, so pull is null because auto pull from slot. I was kind of surprised that didn't actually return anything. Handled. True. Return handled. I don't know why the game calls the same thing over and over and over and over and over again when you're debugging. I really wish I could figure out why that is. Right? It's like when I right click it, it's triggering it, but it's not releasing the click. And so it just, until I remove the breakpoint, it's constantly re-triggering the same event over and over and over again. Okay, so this did not do what I thought it was going to do. Hotbar slot, block entity container. Source. iLiquid source. Yeah, let's. I messed up somewhere here. I thought I mirrored this exactly. So we have the try access, get block entity here by player hotbar slot. We do the stick action, stick to empty. Okay, after the stick, we do iLiquid source. Okay. So this should have pushed from the bucket into the machine. So why didn't it do that? Do I have the order of operations wrong here? So contents here, bucket.get contents. This triggered item slot to push. This was the single bucket. Item slot, IVE liquid interface. Item slot liquid only. Push 2. Okay. Push. Props, blah, blah, blah. Item stack moved. This is not right. Yes. Okay. Yeah, this order of operations is backwards. I don't know why this didn't take. This should have taken out. But yeah, this. Okay. God damn it. Push dot try put into attempts to place item in this slot into the target slot. Okay. So yeah, the order. The weird thing is the order of operations when you're moving material is not slot try to take from. It is slot I try to push into. So with this, it is to push dot try put into. No, this isn't right either. Try take from. Yeah, see, I don't have. There's a call that is try take from. This here. I want to rename to push 2. Right? This is the destination. But push 2 dot try take, right? The try take from would be nice, but I don't have that because it's a different push 2 item slot liquid only. Item slot large liquid. Because in the other version of this, that's push to dot try take from. It's my own item slot. Item slot large liquid. That's an item slot that I introduced, which is what the fluid tank uses, and likely some other, machines, like the creosote oven inventory. If we look at inventories, creosote oven. Where is item slots? Item slot liquid only. So it's yeah, okay. So there's one slot for liquids that's liquid only. It's not my own version. Okay, so that's fine. So we don't have a try take from, but shouldn't this actually do what we want it to do? Why do we? Okay, let's do bucket dot no, we can't do that. Okay. To push dot take out to push. I don't like the name. That should not be. Take out returns the slot. Gets some of the contents. To push. Dot take out. Okay. So this is taking out of the bucket, right? Hotbar slot is the hotbar is the bucket we're holding. To push is a single bucket. And we're just taking out from that. It's a dummy slot, right? So it's like we're creating a little copy of it, a single bucket's worth. We're saying, all right, this is the stack, making sure, sanity checks, and then we're doing the actual split stack. This action is taking the hotbar slot, which could have, 1, 2, 3 plus buckets in it, and we're passing in the actual stack. Where is this? Oh, we're declaring this stack. Delegate item stack stack. Try take content. I'm not sure. This says it's returning an int, but we're not using that int. Okay, so let's just validate again. We're going to go in here. Now, if we right click with the crude oil, contents is crude oil. Hotbar slot is 3. Then we do stack size. Give me the single bucket. Okay. And then the block entity. And grab the inventory slot of said block entity. Okay. Get the watertight, whatever. Num moved. So this should be 1,000. It should essentially be the item stack that's in there. 1,000 of crude oil portion. Okay. Good. Now we want to watch B entity dot inventory. B entity is the mixer. Dot inventory. I don't know why I can't go into that. Slots would be liquid only. Probably this one. Or not. Be entity at mark dirty. Okay, this returned 1,000. Hotbar slot now is 2 buckets. But the oh my god, just run it once, please. Why is this? Wait. Now they're all empty? And I have more of them. What the hell just happened? And why is it so goddamn dark? Damn nighttime. It's always fucking nighttime in this game. Always. Yeah, you can see the thing up here is changing. Literally, it's getting and it's getting to be winter, or it actually is winter, I should say. Okay, so that didn't. I mean, it did the bucket shuffle, right? It emptied a bucket like it should have, so that worked. But it didn't appear in there. Is there a Jesus? Is there a mixer recipe? Yeah, industrial mixes into bitumen. 2 liters in a machine mixer. So this should work. So it's going through this process. Bucket.trytake content hotbar slot API, but we're not pushing into int p action equals if p action greater than 0. I want to this split stack is not adding, right? It's splitting the stack in my hotbar slot. I'm literally passing it the hotbar slot. So this thing is managing the hotbar slot, but it's not actually pushing material into the block entity. What in this call does that? The push to dot try take from. Okay. So push to, because this is a different type of slot. Try put into. Try attempts to place item in this slot into the target slot, right? So this is not what we want to do. Item stack num moved. We actually want. Oh, this is so frustrating. Why is this so backwards? Why can't I push into and push the stack into this? Draw an available capacity. Can hold. capacity, whatever. This is why I rolled my own item stack, or my own item slot, because I wanted to do push, right? Try to put into, but this is going from this to something else. That's why I did a try take from, right? I added a try take from because it's like I want to pull something into the slot. I don't want a slot that I have to push into. I want to pull from something, but the base game doesn't allow you to do that. So we have the bucket dot yeah, the iLiquid source is just not a, I don't know why. If we look at iLiquid, right? Why do you need iLiquid interface, right? There's an iLiquid sync. There's an iLiquid source. Why not just have one interface, right? iLiquid, and he does. There's an iLiquid interface that has a bunch of stuff. But if you're dealing with liquids, you're going to probably interact a lot of different ways. You know, it could be a sink, it could be a source, it could be a lot of different things. Why not just have one interface to rule them all? Just one iLiquid interface that has all of that. And then any objects could be just, because if you implement iLiquid sync, you automatically have to implement liquid interface, right? Because it's literally inherited from the other interface. And the same with the iLiquid source. It's also an interface. So why not just put everything in the interface? Why not? If something is a sink, what would make something a sink that's not a source? I don't understand I don't understand the reasoning behind that. So the iLiquid source try take content is trying to pull into this. But there is no like push. Try put liquid. Maybe that would work. Item stack. Desired. Try put liquid. Maybe. Container stack. Liquid stack. Desired. Because like a sink. It's weird how these are named. A sink is like a destination. It's a sink. It's stuff going to. But this is named in such a way that it's acting like a source. Try put liquid. Not try pull liquid. Try put liquid. Right? Which is a source, not a sink. And then if we go to source, it's try take. So if this is a source, shouldn't this try to be pushing liquid instead of taking liquid? It's a weird like reverse psychology. Like I don't understand why these are named the way that they're named and why they're implemented the way they're implemented. But there should just be A, one interface, and B, you should have, you know, it should make sense with how they're named. Because try take content for a source is not really what we want. We want to try put, but that's a sync. So if we do, let's look at this. Analyze implemented by block liquid container base. So try put liquid or container stack, and we're casting it as a sync anyway. Right? Why in the source interface are we casting stuff to the sync interface to even interact with it? It makes no sense. Try put liquid, container stack, liquid stack. A little bit of help would also go a long ways with this. Like how about source stack, destination stack? Right? Container stack, liquids. They're both liquid stacks. Container stack is like, I don't know, liquid stack dot stack size. I don't really know. Int moved stack dot stack size. So stack is container stack. So container stack is what's getting added to liquid stack. Is API.world stack.equals liquid stack. Traceable items. What is... You're not actually decrementing liquid stack. Get containable prompts. Is this the source? Yeah, I think this is the source. Because we're adding to the stack, which is the container stack. So this is the destination. This is the source, I'm pretty sure. Try put liquid. Destination, source, desired. Stack dot stack size. Yeah. So essentially, we would have to cast the bucket to the different interface. Right? So do this bucket as iLiquid sync dot try put liquid with destination would be push to dot item stack. Source, I don't see, this is why this is weird. I have to pass it in a short source stack, even though to push dot item stack num moved. Oh, come on. Num moved. Does not like this. It's the other overload. Why aren't you? You want to float. Item stack, float. Block position, item stack, float. Oh. Okay. To push, instead of doing this, num moved dot stack size. Okay. Now time is going to, for some reason, when you pause it, I don't know why. Sometimes times like skips ahead. Maybe it's still passed. Okay, good. But it will skip ahead when we go into debug because it's just how it works. Time is technically still trying to pass. It's not paused. Okay, so this push 2, all of this is good. Num moved is now the thing. And we have try put liquid into push 2 dot item stack, which is null, but it shouldn't be after this runs. And it's a null ref. Container stack is null. Liquid stack equals null. There's our okay. Push 2 dot item stack. Why? Try put liquid. Yeah, I'm going to have to, I think, roll my own kind of version of this. This is too reliant on the weird block situation. Capacity available. Okay. So instead of doing stack size quantity, right, I want capacity available is how much capacity we have in the destination. Okay. And then we're going to remove this. We need to add, because we are like, okay, we have a machine, which is our to push, like our destination. Right? And so we take out, or no, the to push is our source. So our to push is our source. We try to take out how, like, the capacity of the machine that we have available, whatever that slot is. We like, all right, we have the stack, whatever is the stack size is what's in it. Like how much is in it already. We have to make sure that we decrement that because we don't want to use it. We don't want to consume an entire bucket without, like, we don't want to consume an entire bucket if there's only like a liter available, right? We want to remove a liter, but we don't want to So we want to take out what we need, but this capacity might be over what a bucket is able to do. So I'm hoping item slot dot take out, if we do a search for this, go to item slot, right, quantity. If quantity is greater than the stack size, take out whole, right, which returns this dot take out whole. So if the quantity we require is greater than how much is in the thing, then it just takes out whole. It just essentially removes it. So that's good. Then what we get back here is essentially the entire quantity, the stack of what we removed. So, you know, in the case of a bucket, that'll be 1,000 stack of portions of the crude oil or whatever liquid, because it's based on the capacity and the items per liter. At least it should be. Stack size, stack, yeah. Okay. But now, since we have this, we need to push this item stack into the push 2. I need to also get on a push into slot. If we go to the inventory of the mixer, close that. Liquid interface. Oh no, not the mixer. It would be the block entity of the mixer. Right? Or the fluid container. Yeah, this would be it. Get pull from slot, get push into slot. Okay, so I just want to verify that this, yeah, the stacks. Okay. So the validation of, like, when you call this function, you send it, hey, I'm trying to push this item in. And it validates based on, hey, A, is the slot empty? B, is there a slot in there that already has that? Or C, is it even allowed? And so if one slot has crude oil, the other slot you could put water in, right? Because you'd have a bucket of water. Well, the water would be incompatible. It wouldn't be the same item stack as the oil. So then it would be like, all right, is there another slot that we could put water into, right? There's no real validation as to the recipes. That would be way too much. That would be way too much processing, is iterating through all the recipes and seeing if there's a valid recipe with it. So that's not something you want to do. But if one slot is not valid, either because the liquids are not the same, or that's full, then it goes to the next slot and it's like, okay, let's do the checks for the next one. And if it's invalid for both, then it returns and it's null. And if it is null, it just returns. It returns true to say, hey, the return true says it is okay for other things to run this event, right? And this is where you get the UI coming up. When the UI pops up, it's because it's like, I don't know what to do with this. So we've already validated get liquid auto push into slot. So the item slot liquid only doesn't really have push to dot. There's a take out whole. There's a try put into, but again, this is not what you think it is. This is trying to put stuff into, right? So there's two different functions in here that remove items. Actually, three. There's three different functions in here that try to remove items from this slot. Then there's not really any that try to add items. Try flip with is trying to flip with a slot, but the thing that we have is a stack. It's not a slot. So what we're going to have to do, if num moved greater than 0, right? Actually, num moved. Let's just remove that. We've already got it here. So if num moved is not equal to null and num moved is stack size greater than 0, we need to add to push to slot. So dummy slot ds equals new. I'm pretty sure we can initialize it with a stack. Yep, num moved. Right, and then we do push to, or no, we want to do dummy slot dot try put into and then we want to send it to the sink, which is push to. Oh, and then we need a move operation. Can we avoid that? We can. We just have to pass it world push to quantity is ds dot item stack dot stack size. Okay. And this process is done this is why I rolled my own interface in slot. This is done with this right here. Right? Push to dot try take from. This is saying this is where I want it to go. So try to take from this thing, right? This slot. Try to take it. For some reason, the game is only like pushing things, which I don't understand why there's no other alternative for that. But so we created a dummy slot, initialized it with what we moved, the item stack, and we take that dummy slot and we try to put its contents into the push slot. So if we F5 this, doody doo 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 doody. Apparently in 1.22 this is a faster process. Okay. So here we have the mixer. Let's right click that. All right. So this and this and this, we know this is all good. Capacity available. We know that's all good. Num moved. We have 1,000. So this item stack is 1,000 crude oil portions. We create a dummy slot with that, and we try to push it into the push to slot, right? And so if we look at block entity dot inventory, dot slots. One of these, probably this one here, well, it should initialize, right? It should initialize to the thing. Either that or a little exception. Hey, look at that. Boom. Right? And then this is what processes the split stack, and I can probably get rid of that. So I'm going to remove this and hit F5. Is this crafting? Why are you on 0? Recipe ingredients needed. What are you doing? The mixer is one of my least tested things, unfortunately. It's one of my least tested things, so I apologize. So if we do this, why is this full? That should not be full. All right, smack it with a stick. Ooh. What's the slot ID? 5. Four and 5. This should automatically be a no ref except or no ref check. Why is this saying no ref? Okay. If bec.inventory of slot ID does not equal null, and bc.inventory of slot ID dot empty not. Oh. There. But that should not have completely filled nummove.stackSize. I mean, it returns 0. So what shenanigans are had there? Let's do a test. I want to do a clean test here, because it should have only moved 1,000, essentially 1,000 portions, which is 10 liters. But something got scrambled in the process here. I think maybe the stack size. We'll have to test this here. Okay. So nothing in there? Boom. There we go. Yeah, that's what I expected to see. But this thing is not running for some reason. Is it because of the temperature? It's probably because of temperature. So I need to add a warning here. Um, 'cause I'm assuming if we look at the recipe for the mixer, this is bitumen. Bitumen requires temp, yes. So we want a thing here. We need to go to the BE mixer. Inventory. If we need to go to the GUI of the mixer. Here's the GUI. Crazy amount of code. Progress bar, fluid tank. Get help text. Recipe mixer. If recipe mixer does not equal null, output stack. Recipe ingredients needed. So it's saying it needs ingredients. But recipe mixer shouldn't be null. It is. Why is it null? Why is this losing? Because when you first load it, it sees the recipe, but it's losing track of it. And subsequent updates are making that null. So my update function update recipe mixer. This is losing. This is being called from this. Find matching recipe. Okay. This is systemic of a bigger problem. So we need to smack it with a stick again. Yep. Okay. Let's just verify that this works. It did not remove the bucket. Well, now that broke. Why did that break? That's text. We have the slot, which is the bucket. We have the entity. We have the action. Container stack. Stack size 1. Num action equals 0. So this is calling the action that we're passing in here. Is it because we are... Yeah, we're... We're removing... Oh, I did it again. We are removing the stack, right? Boom, there's 1,000. Try put into, mark dirty. Done. And again, it ran a bunch of times, so that's why this is stupid. Now can we remove it? We can't remove it. Why can't we remove it? We have a bucket. We right click. Right, we can't remove fluid that's in an input slot. Jeez, stop. It just constantly calls over and over and over again. It's like, no, just call it once. There's one event. You don't need to keep calling it over and over and over again. Like, I don't know why the game does that. It's so weird when you're debugging. If pull null pull equals IVEL question mark dot get liquid auto push into slot block facing dot face. Come on. Oh, block selection. Block SEL dot face. Get auto push into slot. Pull. Get liquid auto push into slot. What did this actually give me? It gave me the empty input slot. Yeah, this is just gonna open the UI. Get liquid auto push into slot. Let's look at the mixer. No, not the GUI. Get all liquid auto push into slot. If from slot does not equal null, how about we do it a different way? Oh God. Oh, for each int slot ID in IVEL dot B entity. I might just make this container. Really? You're not gonna highlight the whole line, huh? Okay. There we go. Wait, are these all empty? Yeah. This has got stuff in it. Okay. Pull is a thing. Okay. Sink is the wood bucket. Let's do this and this. And we pulled all four of those out. And again, we do that because the damn game runs that event. Because when you right click, it triggers the event and it drops you into, the debug. So behind the scenes, it's like the click never gets released. Right? So if we then push there, right? It says crafting bitumen, so it did see that recipe. It's just not hot enough. And then if you do it again, it loses it. So there's a bug. There's definitely a bug there. We have to investigate. So, So this now has a liter or two, probably 1 liter or 1 bucket's worth. So if we right click it again, we get that. This empties out. Okay, good. So we should be able to put all 4 of these in here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom. That was like an hour and a half, 2 hours, just for the bucket interaction. Okay, I need to take a quick bio break. I'll be right back, everybody. I'll leave you with a sweet view of the oil derrick. All right. Let's make sure this unmuted properly. Sometimes it doesn't. Okay. It's meat stick o'clock, everybody. Sorry. How much fuel do you guys have left? Good. I thoroughly tested this. This works for all the things, right? It's 17 days in there. It's 3 days in my inventory. And if I give myself storage, vessel, I just give me just a normal. Is there such a thing as a normal storage vessel anymore? I don't need a fired cream, brown, black. I don't even know which ones. Give block storage vessel black fired. Right. So you can see here vegetable 0. So this here is the vessel. If we move this over to this side, you can kind of gauge. So I did test the bug that's posted there. I did add a little code to the inventory of the fridge. There's like 3 different places this stuff is at, so I just had to figure out where to go. So 17 days. In the vessel, well, like in my inventory, it's 3 days. And in the vessel, it's 37 days. Wait, what? I think the biggest difference here, it still should be. Oh my god, this is so annoying. Where are these values coming from? There's like 3 different places in the code where they could be coming from, and I've addressed all 3 places for the fridge. And it's still off. Like, it's still off. You can see the multipliers. 0.01 for grain, 0.07. Right? So this 37 or 49 days now should be more than this. Fresh for 17 days. But it's not. 50 days. So this isn't changing. So this is including most likely the outside temperature, right? This is in factoring in behind the scenes most likely at some point, because this flat 0.01 should be a remarkable difference. Like 67 fresh for 4.3. So why 4.4 to 6.7? So this is right. But for what? Why is it not applying to grain? Grain. Like what is it that this thing is doing that's affecting it more than what this should be? Oh, another bug. um Oh my god. Too many freaking generically named generic things. Inventory generic. Perishable food factor category. Okay. Transitionable speed food type. Okay. These are in the inventory. If we go to my code, into inventory, and we go to the fridge, these are being overridden. And I also do this. Powered. Powered 8.2. 2. Parish. Why is it bouncing around here? There's the client, server, client, server. Yeah, we're swapping back and forth between client and server. It's like they're It's like this call is run in parallel. Client. Oh my god, I hit F5 just one too many times. What? F9? What the hell? F10? There we go. Jesus. Thanks, game. I'm at a loss. At this point, I'm at a loss. Why this is more at a 0.05 than this, right, at a 0.01? How is it that this is higher than if I drag it over to here? When the multipliers are really obviously being employed here. These values here are not reflective of what this was. Powered rate. .02 or 0.2. So where is that? This is why right here. Yeah, this is why. We're not taking into account powered rate 0.2. God. Powered rate. Why is that 0.2 and not 0.25? I bet you the actual fridge. Attributes. Spoil rate, powered 0.2. Yes. Okay. So the UI is not giving me the right value because the game is, for some reason, overriding the value for the UI. I'm setting the spoil rate and I'm not inventory base. Equals 1. Okay. Multiplier. Where is temperature taken into account here? Like, where is that at? Perishable factor by food category. Yeah. So this update spoil rates is coming from this, right? Because when it's on, it means it's getting powered. The state hits it. which comes in here and is like, hey, if state is on, then pull the rate from the thing. And then set. So the actual calculation, when you mouse over the food, is showing you the proper value. But the UI, something about that is taking into account the temperature, and it's lowering it based on the temperature. So get default transition speed multiplier. Get default. There's only one, and it's a virtual. Is it overridden by anybody? No. Where is temperature taken into account then? How is temperature applying to this when I don't see anything in here? Int num switch transition type num equals 1. Why even do this? If num equals 1, why not just return 1? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Invoke. So it's a multiplier onto analyze, add, used by, okay. Perishable input, compact container. Cooked container, crock. Barrel, crock. Turn this times this. What is this? Containing. Where is the temperature being used? Why is it so hard to find where this is actually calculated? This is why it's like something as damn easy as this value is like, it's just like weirdly ethereally placed in places. Like, I don't understand why this has to be more so complex. But where is this actually being defined? Let's see if I can track down. Yeah, let's. God damn. Am I breakpointed in here? I am. And you see time is okay. Let's save and leave so we can do so gracefully. Like, let's look at perishable factor by food category. Okay. I really need to figure out where this is at. Perishable factor by food category. We need to figure out where this is all being calculated. Get used by inventory generic multiplied by rate multiplier. Rate multiplier is brought in by food category. This try get value, this is it's a call that's say it's basically a null check. Try get value is a null check. Line, food category. Rate times value so there's one thing I'm not doing, and that is multiplying it by the value. Try get value. If not this, rate multiplier equals 1. Get transition speed. Okay, let's look at my version of that. Get transition speed multiplier. Okay. So this right? I'm hard setting this to 0.2. But if we look at the fridge and do I have a get block? Get. So the values that are showing up in the UI up there, right, is the container get block info. So this is what's being called for the UI. Okay. Not what's being called when it actually grabs that value. So that 0.01, that is being calculated here. I thought it was like a hard number. Like it didn't matter what the temperature outside was. But in order to do that, so like somewhere in here, there's like a temperature. There has to be a temperature calculation. There just has to be. Like I don't understand how that value can be multiplied. Right? Rate, which is like essentially my 0.2, okay? And then the rate multiplier, transitionable speed multiplier by type. Rate. Okay. So is it taking 0.2 and then multiplying it by 0.2? And then, oh no, there has to be a temperature value in there somewhere. Because rate is get parish rate container. Get parish rate. There's temperature right here. Oh, my nose. Oh, my nose. This is the call that I'm missing. Rate. Container is in world container. Block entity container. So this is on get block info. So the rate analyze set used by spoil speed multiplier by food category. So yeah, that I'm setting right. Okay. Multiply times rate multiplier. Get default transition speed. It's 1. But in the UI, oh my God, there is a, no, what? Oh. I click on the randomest shit in this UI. Not what I wanted. Where? Let me just paste this line of code in here just for funsies. Container. Get parish rate. Where was that at? Dang it, where did I see that? Where did I see that at? Used by. There was one in here that used. No, that one we don't need. Get default transition speed. Used by. Inventory base. Inventory generic. Dang it. Where? Oh. I hate when I see something in here and I can't find it again because it's like, what did I click on? What did I click on to see that? Over here? Yeah, there it is, I think. So the get block info here, we have this get parish rate, which is in world container. But what is a container? This dot container, in world container. What is this? And how does it relate to block entity container? So if block entity container, if it exists here, then it should exist for my... It's protected though. This is why. Why is that a protected... Why is that protected? Why is that protected? What is the purpose of protecting that? Let's see. Do we have, let's go to block entity. Okay. Initialize, whatever. Container dot get parish rate. Okay. So that in world container, we don't care about that. Where did we come from? We came from get block info. So this is what's being called. This get parish rate is what's being called by the UI. But is this being called anywhere else? Used by get block info, in world container. There it is. On right here. On acquire transition speed. So for reasons unknown, the transition speed event is being run or being run in the block entity here, not in the inventory. I did it in the inventory. Right here. So if we remove this, go to the fridge, go do that. multiplied by config. This is not even being used, this base multiplier here. So it's probably just assuming it's going to be 1 no matter what. The stack isn't even used. It's the transition type that's being used. Position aware. Okay, so then we do inventory dot on acquire transition speed plus equals inventory LV fridge. No, why did you inventory L? There we go. And then here we do, instead of this, we just multiply it by get parish rate. So in return inventory dot get transition speed multiplied by get parish this dot get par. Why did it disappear? Oh, it's container. Okay. Hey, Nut, how's it going? Inventory, okay. So if we F5 this, I don't know what that container object even is. In world container. I don't know what that is. And I hope it's not something that I have to instantiate at some point in time that I didn't, because I don't know what it's for. Okay, so 16 days. 26. Well, it's still fucking off. Why is this off? It's not actually being called. This is definitely being called. Okay. So why is this? How is this event not being operated on? Do I have a reference to the block entity in here? I do. So what I can do, if this is not being called at all, which it doesn't look like it is. It's literally not being called at all. Okay, go into the inventory, or the inventory of the fridge, which has a reference to the block entity. I can just do times B fridge BE. Jesus fucking Christ. Fridge BE dot contain get parish. Jesus. I can't do a container here. Why can't I do a container here? Because it's protected. So we have to do a bridge function. Public void or float, maybe bridge parish speed return. Now, does this require anything? It does not. Let's do bridge parish rate. Container dot get parish rate. Okay. So we come in here and we say dot bridge parish rate times bridge dot bridge like, I don't know what that event is for, but it was not being called. Like, what's the point of having an event on acquire speed multiplier? Why does that event exist? Did it crash? What happened? 0.63. Okay. $25 days. 26 days. This should be way less than that. Why is this? Yeah, this is just a generic inventory. So the get parish rate on acquire transition speed. What actually calls this? Position aware parish rate. Okay, so let's go return here. I'm going to move this into my another monitor here. On acquire transition speed. I would love to know where this is actually. Set return and get. If the value is returned, if set, the value is returned when the get trend is called instead of the default value. I don't understand how the value is returned when get speed transition speed multiplier is called instead of the default value. Don't know what that means. So I just want to float PAPR equals this dot API does not equal null, and trans type equals dot parish question mark container dot get parish rate :1 if trans type equals dot dry or trans type dot melt. If I do this, last time it was never called. On acquire transition speed. Previous inventory, this time inventory. I don't know what late init. Yeah. Get parish rate. Temperature. Room. Skylight. Right, and then we go to the inventory. Get transition speed. So the actual inventory, which is based on inventory generic. We look at inventory generic. Move this back over here. Inventory generic, get transition speed. This is what I'm overriding, right? This is what I'm overriding here. Override. Now I could try to return base. This dot get default transition speed. So I could do like float base speed equals base dot get transition speed multiplier. I'm gonna put a Dualaki right here. Okay. I just want to see what this does. Since we're overriding it, we're losing something in the mix of things. We're losing something. That event is not being called. The inventory on like that event is not being called. But let's see what the base speed here is. Now it's being called. Okay. So base speed is returning 0.0873 blah blah blah. Okay, so powered rate, unpowered rate. So fridge BE, get bridge. So this is 0.66, but this is 0.08. I don't know what this is running here. This is the base. I think this is what I need to actually return. Because remember, 0.2 is the value. And somehow it's taking these values, I think because I override it up here, right? I actually set them based on whether it's powered or not. So I'm setting this to 0.2 and it's automatically setting that. But then how does that storage container, I need to find that storage container in the base game JSON files. Right, we're kind of in the middle of debugging here. So if we just F10, so powered rate is 0.2 times the wrong value. We should have, yeah. So this is 0.13. Get transition speed multiplier. Yeah, this is going to return 0.13. $29 days. 29 days. Why? How is this so low? Is one of my mods doing that? Jesus. 0.11? Really? 0.02. That value is coming from somewhere. What I think it's coming from, save and leave, just because, is we're taking base speed and I think it's this. Powered rate, unpowered rate. I'm thinking this is what we need to do. This is actually calling that event. This is invoking that event here. Right? Invoke. So we're invoking that event by calling the base. And it's returning like 0.08. So something in here. So the perishable, we're literally setting this to like 0.2, right? 0.2. And then it's including in the function of the event, it's including the temperature calculation. But then do we then reapply the base? I don't think we need to do this. Because then we're reapplying the speed itself, which I don't think we want to do. Multiply. Let's look at, let's track down that storage vessel. Assets, survival, blocks, clay, fired, storage vessel. Entity class, generic typed container. Textures, attributes. Spoil speed, 0.75, 0.5. So it's taking 0.5 and it's converting that into like 0.11 based on the temperature. So mine should be, it's 0.2 and it's converting it into 0.08, basically. Which is not that big of a difference, but it should be more of a difference. But that 0.02, I think is like, it's doubly applying. So let's see if this is what we need to do. If this is like what the UI is actually doing. It's applying it and then applying it again. Because remember that event is like it's multiplying multiple things. Whatever subscribes to that event, it's invoking that and basically like cascading it. So like rooms, like if you have a room and all of that, it's sort of like applying it to all of that. There we go. There we go. 30 days, 9.6 years. That seems extreme. Okay, that seems kind of extreme. Let's instead return base speed, right, and see what that does. 1.9 years. days. So now we are calculating base speed on 0.04 because of temperature, powered rate, unpowered rate, whatever, and we're returning 0.04. We're bouncing around because for some reason seems to be multi-threaded, and we have the server and the client that are running the same thing in parallel. Okay, so we want to then test, right, what happens. We want to make sure. Now it's 3 years. Why 3 point? Oh, temperature's going down. Yeah, temperature's going down. 39 days. 3.3 years. Like I may want to up. Like if we actually fix this. This is 0.05 or 0.5. Like this should be like half. Like I don't understand why this is reporting such a high freaking value. 3.7 years. It should be like 80 days. It shouldn't be exponential. 0.2 versus 0.5 is not multiplicative amount of time. So what am I missing here? I'm missing something really basic. I think base speed 0.2. Well, that is a 10x. I can't step into it, can I? No. Yeah, it's just as the temperature is dropping, the time is like what was 3 years, now it's 5.4 years, 5.5. That's insane. Just based on a single degree difference in temperature. Oh, interesting little rendering issue there. So is it basically double dipping into this? So now I need to check rate. Base speed. So this function is being called, and this is returning a very, very tiny number. Okay, so this is returning multiplied get default, which is all ones. Is this overridden anywhere? No. This is not overridden. But I could override it. So I could streamline this process quite a bit by overriding get default. And instead of returning 1, right, return whether, if it's powered or not, it returns that. So let's try that, right? Rate, update spoil rates, rate equals rate times equals multiplied times equal this. So if this is already 0.2, perishable factor let's see. This is we're setting this perishable factor. And where's the set for this? Generic. So this is set. This dot inventory. So let's try kind of getting back. Let me cancel those. We're going to override get default. Okay. Now we're going to do if to state. Let's see. Why do that if I can just hit shift enter? Float rate. Now, we don't want to override this at all. I'm just trying to get us back kind of to standard. And if this is all we have to override, get default transition speed, right? If this is all we have to override, then we can not have to, we don't have to deal with any of this stuff. Because I have a feeling the numbers were so low, or right, the amount of years that these things were good, it was so extreme because we were in some way double dipping into the value. Right? We were lowering the rate, and then we were lowering that rate by the same like exponential extreme, and so it was like we were like 0.2 multiplied by 0.2, maybe even by 0.2 again, and so we were a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction. It was not my intention for that. What was the other thing? Oh yeah, the mixer. We were looking for recipe shenanigans with the mixer. That was originally what I was going to look at, and then I noticed the fridge because I was going to be like, "Hey, I fixed the fridge," and then I didn't. I didn't fix the fridge. So you can see 0.3. "52 days, 53 days, 52." Why? That should be less than 0.2. 0.2 is the default. Inventory. Returned 0.2. Just stop with that, please. Just Jesus. We're back to like where we were with it not working. Okay. So now we do that. $10. This is so confusing. Yeah, see the temperature here, -1. We know from looking at this in the thing that grain starts at 0.5. So this grain as 0.05 means it's 10 times more effective. And remember, we haven't touched this. It's kind of our baseline. So this 66 days is 10 times better because it's cold. That 0.5 becomes 0.05. So by the same vein, this, instead of being 0.2, should be 0.02, but it's not. So why? Why is that not done right? When I have this call. So is this like a UI only thing or something? Right? Because it didn't seem like this was called while I'm sitting here. Right? That function is not being called. Why is that? Oh. Suddenly it's called. We're on the server. Jesus. How many times are you going to call? Is it going to... Oh, my breakpoint is gone. Let's do this. Mm-hmm. Twiddling my thumbs, seeing if that... There it is. So there must be a low-frequency update thread that's triggering this. So rather than do that, get default transition speed. Return transition speed multiplier by type of transition type. So if we look at this and hot reload it, why is this null? Excuse me? How is that null? That would not be good. How is that null? Is it because it's like I haven't initialized it? Maybe? Possibly? Let me put another breakpoint here. We're going to save and leave. Then we're going to reload it. See if it reinitializes it. Because I uncommented that code, so it should trigger it again. So is this? Yes. This is now populated. If transitional dot contains key transition type else return 1. So parish 0.2. Why is this still... 2 years. I mean, 58 days. Remember, this is 0.05, 0.06, 57 days, 1.9 here. Jesus. So a year, we got to understand, a year in this game is only 9 days. Okay? So it's not 365 days. I got to keep reminding myself that. So this is 54 days with 9-day months. That is 6-ish months. And the fridge is from 0.5 to 0.2 is 40%, right? So 40%, get my trusty handy dandy calculator. If we take 54 days and we get an extra 0.2, we get an extra 60%. So times 1.6 divided by 9. No, that's not right. Okay, somebody help me with the math here. Anybody out there who's a math genius? Or at least somebody who's better. So 54 days
I'll rewind a bit and catch up.
divided by 9 is 6 months. So that would be essentially 0.5 years. And we're doing this. This is 40% better, or should be 40% better. So 0.5 times 1.4, 0.7. So this should be 0.7 years times 9, 6.3 months. Doesn't sound right. That's not right. Times 9. Oh. So let's do this calculation again. 1.3 years, 38 days. So 1.3 years times 9, right, is 11.7. Oh no. I did that math wrong. 1.2 years times 12 times 9. God, if I could hit the buttons right, 1.2 times 12 times 9. It's 129.6 days. This is 34 days. $33 days. Ugh. If the temperature could freaking just stop changing, that would be great. So 34 days, and we are over double that easily, because 0.5, 0.2 is over double that. So it should be more like it should be more like 70 days. Right?
2.5 times as effective.
Right. So 31 would be 31 times 2.5 would be 77 days. So this 1 year, well, 1 year is 12 times 9 is 108. So we're doing 108, but we should be like 77. So where is this off? Right? There's 142. 141. Yeah, we're under a year. No, 9 times 12 is 108. What did I set my calendar to? I thought it defaulted to 9-day. I thought it defaulted to 9-day months. But
I thought so too.
12 months times 9 is 108, not 145 or whatever it was doing. So here's a better, direct comparison. So 26, then 130. 26 times 2.5 is 65. So it is doubling again what it should be. So why is that? Why is it doubling again? Like, this is dead easy, simple stuff. Like, why is it doing this? Why is it doubling? It's double applying it. Transitionable speed, enum transition type. Oh. Transitionable speed, perishable speed. Why have both of these? Let's remove this one. Okay, that's... that didn't work. So remember, this one defaults to 0.5 for grain. Okay. So 0.13, now we're at less than a fourth. We're at about a fourth, right? Of the speed. Which means this should be a fourth of 0.2. So it should be 0.05. But for some reason it's 0.03. I don't know. I don't understand where those numbers are coming from. Why are those numbers so off? Right? 0.05. It's definitely double dipping. Because it's doing the perishable, and then it's going right into transition speed. Cat, you don't have to keep, jumping up here. She gets up on her legs and she's just like, hey. She does it over and over and over again until I acknowledge that she exists. Right. It must be treat time. Yeah, it must be treat time. Yeah. She's wanting the treats. Now that I've said the keyword, it's definitely in her future because she will insist. So it's like spoil speed, but then the transition speed, right? So transition speed multiplier. And I don't know, let's see if there is a transitionable speed. Analyze. What sets this? Inventory dot. I don't think. Yeah, this is just that. Transition speed multiplier. We have spoil speed, but no transition speed. So why? If I remove this, this doesn't look at transition speeds at all. Perishable. So if we look at transitionable here, get used by inventory generic. Right? So it's multiplying it by the first and then multiplying it by the second. So nutrition bombs, not food. So it's like this should, like, if I remove the perish from this, like this should be right. The formula should be right because this is applied first and then this is applied. But if this is applied, I don't want to apply it again, right? Perish. I don't want to apply it again. Just the cure, melt, and ripen because we don't need any other ones. And so it should just default to 1, right? Multiplied by 1. It should multiply it by 0.2, right? Get default, which is all ones, multiplies it by 0.2, gives us 0.2. So after this, it'll be 0.2. This multiplies it by 1, which is still 0.2, but then the invoke, we pass in 0.2, right? And we return this, right? Which multiplies it, and this is what I think calls temperature. I think. Yeah, because it's like it's one of the things that's called when you invoke. So the invoke chain is invokes all of the functions, one of which, right, is this one. Not block entity shelf, not what I wanted to click on. In world container, right here. Are you having problems? Yeah, the unacquired transitions, it should be invoking all of that. Because they're passing in the base multiplier, right? So it's including that. Position aware parish rate. But it's not multiplying the base multiplier by that. It's just returning. The fact this is not returning this times base multiplier. Why are you not returning? Why are you not returning? Why are you not multiplying it by the base? Is this a bug? Is this like a legit bug? Because it shouldn't. It should 100% be applying the temperature differential. So if I do, what if I do this? Jeez, type the right key. All right, one last little look here, but then I gotta go eat some treats to somebody. Yeah. It's way past treat time. Yeah, it's 0.13 again. Why? Point 0.14, 0.03, 0.14. Is 28% of 0.5. This should be 0.056, and it's 0.3. I'm guessing that's rounded up, so it's 0.03 something, or it's 0.02 something, and it's rounding it up. So So yeah, if I remove this, it basically doesn't do anything. Bridge repairs rate. Get parish rate. Okay. 0.067. Get default transition speed. Stop bouncing around, you stupid thing. Get parish rate returned. 0.6615. Yeah, I guess I'm just going to have to live with it. For now, anyway. That's very bizarre. It's very, very bizarre. There's a way to do it. I don't know how many layers. Like, why is this so effing complicated? It's the hard part is the fact that when it's on and off, they're different values. That's the reason. Like, it's, one solution would be to have literally a different block definition variant for the off version versus the on version. And then you just, do the thing by type, and you would just swap between the two. But none of my other machines do that, right? It would just be like, the fridge as it is uses all the infrastructure. It's basically just another machine. But when it switch on, like when it is either powered or unpowered, that determines how effective it is. And if it loses power, it's really bad, right? It's really, really bad. This is kind of an incentive to keep it powered. Or you could literally use it to force spoil things. You can use it as the opposite. You can use it to force spoil food or whatever, to compost or whatever you need for it. So it's kind of a dual purpose. Yeah, you can use it to preserve your food, but you can also preserve it to force rot stuff, to use the rot in like fertilizer. So I don't know if anybody's picked that up and actually uses it for that, but it speeds up rotting when it's off. But that I'm just gonna leave as is right now. I don't know. I don't know why it does what it does, but it's really weird. I have a feeling it's the original call, this call here, that doesn't use the past in multiplier. It just grabs the parish rate of the temperature. It doesn't actually do that, and that's what I think is happening. because it ignores the pass-in multiplier. It's like whoever programmed this assumed that is 1, right? A floating point value of 1. And so they don't even use it. And it's like, but if it's not 1, you're just ignoring it. That's a problem. So I think that's a bug, honestly. The fact that isn't being used. So, and all it would require would be return the value times multiplied by config. That's all you'd need to do to fix that. But anyway, that's going to do it for today, everybody. I thank you all for coming by. Anybody who chilled and relaxed, and if you learned anything, I hope so. And if you did, hit that like button. I know it's late, but it does encourage me. And if you want to support the mod or any one of my modding projects, please consider being a patron or a channel member and trying to encourage me to continue. If I get enough support, I'll be in a much better place to just do this full time, rather than also looking for a job. That if I get a job, the time I'm going to be able to spend on this will be even less. So anyway, I thank you all for coming by, and I hope to see everybody back here on Saturday for more shenanigans.